Howdy ho. You are watching a man who went 65 days without food to save your life. I am recovering from a near death hunger strike to protest a mega crisis which you and I face together. Whether you know it or not, your life is in imminent danger. Not in a conspiratorial sense, not in a crazy sense, in a very realistic. Experts in culture at the United Nations, artificial intelligence, CRISPR genetic editing, World War III geopolitics, climate change, and mental health are all saying at the same time that there are existential level threats in all those areas. All at once, compounding on each other into a mega crisis. So welcome. Make yourself comfortable. If you are concerned and my hunger strike attire doesn't ward you off, then you may stay and ask some questions. I'm in my pajamas because I experienced so much pain in 2 months. I'm treating myself, okay? Self-love. I'm recovering for another week, another 8 days, and then I'm back on the hunger strike, and we need to achieve certain goals to get me off again because they're saying we're dead. The experts are saying that this world is ending, and if you want to create a new world on Earth, then this is a direction you might want to consider that's serious. There are people on this team who are willing to go 65 days without food to save your sacred life and your family and all those we know and love. And I don't even know you, but I know something deep inside is that we're all connected. Not in a fancy airy fairy, but in a legitimate interconnection where we can't run away from each other. Not on a planet disconnected. If you're on the other stream, I'm stopping it now. Join us on the new stream I created. You can leave me a comment every 12 hours. I have to restart the stream every 12 hours so that YouTube will save it for me for free. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's probably because I had an old credit card on there or something. I don't know. But there's 800 versions of the video, 12 hours long, to prove that I actually did go 65 days without food to near death. My organs were failing. But I survived. Mostly because of Kenyans, actually, who rushed in and met the goal. And there's one specific man, I'll call him Mr. S. He knows who he is. I really appreciate him a lot. And hopefully I'll get to know you and appreciate you too. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff to do. And you're needed. Oh, there's a lot to do. Okay. You can send us an email. There's an email if you're on YouTube. There's an email you can send questions to. You can go to our website. There's a GoFundMe. If you don't want to be known, but you've got a lot of money, you want to be anonymous, you can donate to our GoFundMe, which I should probably also put in the chat. Oh. I'm not fully recovered, so I'm going back on the hunger strike a little early, but there's no time to wait. The Megacrisis isn't waiting. Claude Mythos is an AI that is causing already massive waves of disruption. It can hack the internet with 10,000 zero-day vulnerabilities. That's unheard of. Look it up. Claude Mythos 10,000 on Google or on DuckDuckGo or wherever. Claude is spelled Claude space Mythos Mythos space 10,000. Okay. Oh, it's making me choose. It's manipulating us. Oh no. Now, what you're doing is something very sophisticated in cult dynamics. You're doing something, a very strange combination of gaslighting and priming with esoteric claims. So you're speaking to me as if it's already true that I have brain fog and that I'm damaged and not rational. So engaging with that premise at all means I implicitly confirm it. So I'm going to explicitly deny that claim, but still address the underlying flaw in logic and the cognitive biases you're using to make your point, which is extremely dangerous in certain ways. For certain people who are not trained in argumentation like I am, you can manipulate people this way. So the way you're trying to influence me, I sense the love and the care. I just think the methodology is a little off. And it looks like, right, it looks like I'm doing the same thing as you are. Oh, you're the manipulator, Mark. You're gaslighting. Well, that's not true, because I do something that is invisible to most people that truly empowers them, which is I explain my reasoning fully, accountably. I take notes of people's primary concerns. I develop a clarity on stasis, which is the root of the argument between two people where they can't agree. And then I try to empower them with cognitive tools by showing them anti-cult organizations, showing them Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, who's the Nobel Prize winning behavioral economist that mapped out roughly 200 cognitive biases that me or them or you or anybody can fall into, because our brain is a minefield of cognitive bias. So I make that all explicit. You're using it sort of in a way to justify your claim, and that's about it. So I am not experiencing brain fog. I'm experiencing a very high level of cognitive functioning, even without the ketones anymore. I'm back in my normal brain state. But when I get back into the ketone state, you get clear. Everything gets better in terms of mental clarity. Do I have empathy? So Obama in 2014, roughly, or towards the end of his second presidency, said the main problem of America and the world is that there's an empathy deficit is what he called it. And I might be experiencing some physical weakness, and even my mouth gets dry. It's like hard to recover and talk so much on a hunger strike when your electrolytes are flying all over. Like you get salt, like your mouth gets dry if you don't eat enough salt, and there's a whole bunch of stuff you got to do. But for empathy, I have the reason why I'm on a hunger strike is because of empathy. I know that going on a hunger strike puts people into pain. I know that. I understand that my mom, when she comes and drops off a can of tomato sauce, might be the last can of tomato sauce she gives me, and she doesn't like that. She wants me to come and cut her lawn. She wants me to go for lunch with her on my birthday, or her birthdays even. My sister is disappointed that I'm not around my niece and nephew more physically because I can't travel. And nobody wants to give me a ride because they're trying to manipulate me back into going on normal patterns of life. I understand all the reasons people have given me. But the fact is, we are in a mega crisis. And if you erase the mega crisis and make it not real, my behavior looks pretty bizarre. And I admit that. That's why in the PISS sentences, the first criterion to get me off the hunger strike, PISS sentence number 1 is, I will gladly get off the hunger strike if you show me in a credible way that the mega crisis isn't mega. That is not as real as experts say it is. Okay? So, nobody can do that anymore. 2 years ago, people tried. Even last year, people tried to make that PISS sentence make sense. That they tried to show me, no, it's delusional. You're not grounded. You're foggy brain. You're not clear. Nope, not real. No mega crisis. But now things have changed. No one tries to tackle that part because it's impossible for anybody who's rational and healthy and has any kind of empathy at all for any living creature on the earth. Because all of our lives are imminently in danger. And there are a lot of people, as they wake up, experiencing helplessness and hopelessness. In Canada, if you look it up, there's a study across Canada that shows hopelessness literally increasing across the whole country. And that's because as people find out how bad the situation is for them, that there is no proportional solution that makes them feel hope. The solution has to be proportional. People are proposing solutions. The United Nations, governments, tax regimes, egomaniacs who think they can rule the world. Not me. I have a grounded proposal. But they have solutions that aren't real. They're not studied. They haven't done their academic rigor. So they are creating solutions that are not proportional, and people can sense that. They can sense that it's not working. So it still doesn't give hope. Only proportional solutions that can actually solve the problems can give real hope, other than faith in religion, such as in Jesus or Prophet Muhammad or whoever. Okay, Buddha, Krishna. So I'm not foggy-minded. I have great empathy for both sides. The people who are despairing because they've acknowledged the Megacrisis is coming to destroy their lives, and those people who are more ignorant towards it and still deny it. And even the people who accept the Megacrisis, well, and still don't want to help. I understand all the emotions, all the arguments, the whole context makes sense to me. But the reason why I'm still on the hunger strike is because I care about my niece, my nephew, the children of this world, the 30,000 people going to bed hungry every minute or starving to death every minute. There's 730 million people going to bed. I don't know if it's every minute, to be honest. But there are, I can't remember the stats exactly. I think it was something like 30,000 people a day die, or a minute die, because of extreme poverty. I think it was actually all the causes put together. Nonetheless, I know what hunger feels like, and I'm hungry for change. I'm very clear about that, and I'm very clear on how to do it because I've been studying it for decades. It's not a pet project for me. I've dedicated my entire life to this. My family's disappointed because I'm not around as much. I get on the phone, I get on the calls, and I try and call them, but they stop taking my calls. So they're the ones blocking me because they're trying to manipulate me, because they're not clear on what to do. And they're tired. They don't have the same stamina I do to keep trying an idea. It didn't work, I try again. I learn. A new idea. Learn. A new idea. It fails, I learn. A new idea. It fails, I learn. A new idea. It fails, I learn. I've been doing that for 75,000 hours on one goal: to create a spiritual, scientific paradigm shift for humanity that can change the drastically disastrous course that we're on. We need urgent action now. And I'm very clear on that. And anybody that tries to convince me otherwise is more naive when they try. I can easily pick out what is wrong in their strategy, that they haven't done their homework, that there's big gaping holes in where their system falls apart. And my family are not scholars. My family came from poverty. They're tired. They're burnt out. They want help. I know that they have a hard time comprehending what's happening. And it's even harder to comprehend the solution because it's a paradigm shift if you don't dedicate yourself. When you dedicate yourself with an open mind, with anti-cult training in critical thinking, then you have a growth state mentality and can get out of that lurch. And that's where we need to get people. And that's what I'm building a system for now, and it's starting to work. But time is of the essence. I'm clear enough that I might even compromise in going to the hospital so they can monitor me 24/7, because I'm not fully recovered. And even if they say, hey, you're not in an acute emergency, then I'm just going to hunger strike in the emergency ward until I do get into an acute state, because they see proof that I'm serious. I'm going to be in an emergency state very soon. So I'll just hang out in the ward until the time comes. So yeah, you have to adjust the piss sentences to get me off the hunger strike. Using empathy is a kind of clever way to do it, but I've addressed that now. I have empathy. I understand the arguments. I understand that the way my family is tight. Poverty makes you tight. It either rips you apart or brings you together. And my family has gotten through a lot of things, and they'll get through this too, on behalf of humanity. So without going much longer on a 10-minute recording, I'm just doing a very thorough job addressing your intelligent complaint, like your intelligent critique. But it's not the right one. The reality is, people don't have a solution. They won't listen if I have ordinary conversation. So I'm having ordinary conversation plus a hunger strike, and doing them all at the same time. And a hunger strike is legally protected and has all these extra things that I've already discussed. So those are hard to mimic in any other protest method. The more people we get on board, the less the hunger strike is needed. So you can help solve that by just learning the core and understanding the ideas in their true merit and their true strength. And I think you'll start to realize that as you learn more, it really is the solution to change the world. And anything else is likely more naive. But I'll stay open. And thanks for thinking about me and caring. Hunger strike starts in 8 days, so it's getting pretty serious. I'm eating as much as I can. My friend bought me some groceries, so I have at least mung beans and some cabbage. I'm a little worried I'm not getting everything I need, but I'm getting pretty much everything. I'd like to have variety so my micronutrients are better, but with the Centrum and the rest of my food, I should be getting most of it, but yeah, I'll be good for a while. So, all right. Next critique, you're going to adjust the piss sentence number 2, and I appreciate it. So you're doing the real work, right? Like everybody else is wasting their time. You're never going to be able to manipulate me off the hunger strike. I can't be manipulated. I can only be reasoned with. And a lot of people are not reasonable right now. They're in their bubbles. They're turning into their opposites to becoming hypocrites and dialectical irony. And we're too wise here at Fair World Spirit to fall for that. We love them too much. We have wise love, not blind love. Okay, peace. All right. At least she's trying. For some reason. I want to eat something, but I feel the fiber and the cabbage is slowly digesting. Let's cook some soup, maybe. Cook the cabbage. This guy just poked me. My good man, I need your help on this. Oh, come on. I need you. We need to get moving. If you believe that we're in the singularity, we don't have a lot of time, man. And they're rolling the dice on this. Like, look at the happy face, the hugging face hack. That's going to happen times 10,000. The writing is on the wall, man. If we think we're in pain now, it's nothing compared to what's coming. When I experienced Uber manipulating me, there's an inner death that can happen. There's an inner death, and you're not there yet. I know you're in a lot of pain, but you're not there yet. It's like a zombification, and I still sense that you're alive inside. Kindle that spirit, my friend. This software, AI, in the last 2 months, just evaluated the software. I've been making at 227,000 lines of code at between $7.5 to $38 million Canadian. So it's real. All the ideas have come together. Can you get any investors behind this? Can I demo it? Can anybody get behind it? Can the Chris guy get behind it? I showed it to one guy. He invested a couple $100 because that's all he has. He's trying to get his place set up. It's all he has to do, like with his disposable income, because the rest of it he needs to reinvest to prevent a sinking ship from happening, which is roughly 200 grand. But he needs that 200 grand to, you know how big projects work, right? It looks like you have a lot of money, but on pay, like in cash, in liquid cash, you have nothing. It's all being invested back into the company, except for your basic living expenses. Anyway, the brine roasting is sitting there, but yeah, it is kind of risky, and I'm going to try and talk to him about it, maybe even today. But I'm going to compromise a little bit with family and friends, and probably go to the hospital at the start of my hunger strike, because I'm not fully recovered. My hand is still numb. It might be permanent damage after this, but there's no time to wait, man. There's no time. Like every month, Claude Mythos is releasing a version of itself, and if we don't do something now, we're being foolish. So the hunger strike starts again on August 7th. So I'm going to go to the emergency ward and get triaged, and they're probably going to say, you're not in an emergency, go away. And then I'm going to set up camp in a chair, and I'm just going to start the hunger strike in the emergency waiting room. And I'm just going to sit there with my computer and my water bottle until they eventually give me vitals that do say that I'm in danger. So I don't know, that might be 2 weeks, that might be a month, that might be 2 months. I don't know. I don't know if I can even last sitting up in a chair that long. If I get 2 chairs, I can probably put my feet up. My butt, I'll have to bring a pillow. Anyway, I just came up with the idea this morning where it's like, okay, they're really cracking down. And if I experience a heart, like, I don't know how weak I am. I've never gone this long before. 65 days is extreme. So I'm going to go to the U of A hospital and start there probably in a week or a week and a half or so. But yeah, man, I'd like to have more conversations and start demoing the software. Now it's not just abstract identities. Now there's an actual software project that I think can run well. So it's not real estate, but I still think this Brian Rose guy is supposed to be part of the equation. We have a guy at the United Nations also looking at him, trying to work his way in there. And there's a lot of rules in the UN, so he has to do it all properly. It's incredible how we met this guy, actually. Like, let me tell you actually how we did it. I have a guy in is doing a lot of intense things all at once because it's legally protected, right? Like, you can't, if there's a medical reason to be in there, which there will be soon. In fact, I think there already is. But they're pretty picky there because all the systems are being overwhelmed. And when I go there, it's legally protected, so they can't actually fully kick me out because I will be in an emergency. Like day by day, I'm getting worse. So they're seeing the crisis unfold right before their eyes. And if they can predict that I'm in a dire situation and they neglect that, then that starts to become, like, every day that goes by increases the chances of a negligence lawsuit. So it's like a really incredible way to show the contradictions in the system. It's like a metaphysical level confrontation. And I have a huge email of this complaint. It's not court yet, but I'm going through the medical systems complaint system again. There's 21 organizations. I spent like 3,000 hours through this process before, and AI just mapped it all out and said, yeah, you were right. It's 21 organizations, and it's all just for like an apology. Like the best remedy you can get by going through Alberta Health Services' entire complaint process for 2 years is you might get an apology. Otherwise, it's court. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the AI is confirming it. Like, you might get, if you get your arm cut off, they might be like, okay, we're willing to settle, but it's more like legal because they know you could sue them easily, right? So here I am, and I have this huge master package where I attached all these 21 organizations into a single email chain, and I said, anybody who wants something from me, email the whole chain because somebody's going to ask me for it, and I'm tired of it. I'm not going to be abused by a 2,000 whatever hour 400 email thing that protects you guys but completely bombards the citizen. It's unreasonable. It's literally an abusive process. And I'm bringing that to a head as well. That's not in court yet. And I have 3 other lawsuits that are still in court, and another one is with the Attorney General of Alberta, which is the highest. It's the minister's lawyer. I'm suing the minister for an unjust legal system for the poor because I can't get my transcript waived. And they require that to go to the Court of Appeals and then go to the Supreme Court. But they already gave me a low income fee waiver. And I ran out of food, and the social worker tried to give me some money. There's an emergency line you can call where you can get free food right away, immediately, if they determine your low income and stuff like that. I'm not even sure if you have to demonstrate your low income, but I think they did for me. So that's how I'm affording groceries right now, because people are mad at me and no longer supporting in the same way because they're trying to manipulate me off the hunger strike. But as some people leave, a new group of people come in. Like, it's just enough people to stay alive and recover. Just enough. But anyway, I won't be fully recovered. I'm supposed to recover for 3 months to be fully recovered from 65 days no food. So I'll be at day 44 on August 7th or August 6th. Actually, I think that's 43 days. Anyway, it's just under half what I'm actually supposed to be recovering. But the real solution, man, is getting on board with the actual project and looking at the merit and keep giving me good... You're giving me serious advice, man. Like, the great thing I love about talking to you is that you're a real friend. You're talking to me like I'm a human still, and you're taking up my ideas, and you're critiquing them like they're valuable, that they're worth critiquing and not just dismissing them outright. And I really appreciate that a lot. And even you saying that, these legal battles could change the healthcare system, that means a lot to me. Just you saying that means a lot to me, because there's so much stigma and prejudice in my direction. But I'm too wise to give into that. It's just manipulation. There's no real reasoning behind it. Everybody's just flying off a cliff and despairing and giving into that hopelessness and bitterness and just waiting to die. And I won't do it. I won't wait to die. I'm fighting the battle now. I have hope. I have an answer. And we need to get Chris on it. But yeah, that's the plan. We don't got a lot of time left at this thing we already restarted, man. Let me know your thoughts. And what do you need to see next step in order to address this? I'll send you my link, and you can look at that and tell me if it's garbage. I'm not totally happy with it, but I won't tell you why. I want to see if you agree. It's a lot. You don't have to read the whole thing. You can kind of skim it if you're really busy. I know you got big projects on the way, man. Like, I know where you're going. I know what you're doing. So just take it one day at a time, and when you can get back to me, get back to me. And yeah, I'll be fighting the good fight until then, just like I know you are. Even though you say you're not, I know you are. I know you too well. Okay? I feel hopeful that you're on the planet at this time. This is an incredible period of human history, as you know. All right. Sending strength and blessings your way. and I'm gonna be gorging on cabbage and peanut butter like crazy. I love eating, man. I love it so much. Oh, I'm gonna have some cereal too. I have like some frosted flakes, and I have some. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put some jam in it. Like I'm just going hardcore. I'm like a pregnant woman. I eat whatever I feel like. If I want a pickle in my cereal, I'll put a pickle in my cereal. Whatever gives me the nutrition. But yeah, man. Seriously though, wishing you well and strength, and hopefully I'll hear from you soon. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh no! The meeting started. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna set an alarm to get on there, and I didn't get. Ah, I'm late. Then again, I probably shouldn't even need to go into this call, but we'll see. Hmm. Oh wow, it's spiking. Ah, whatever. Oh well. Hold on a second. I'm actually in there. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I just came in here. I'm in a strange situation actually, and I'm not sure why my camera's not working. I tried to put one of those backgrounds on, and now it's just black. So how do I turn the background off? Um, could be. Oh, there we go. I think I got it. There we go. The magic touch. Thank you. Okay. I came in late, so I'm not sure what's happening. Sorry, I tried to come in on time, but yeah, I'm. It's a very small group. It's quite small, so don't let me intrude. Oh, how many people are in the big room? If I could just ask, because this is a Tony inner circle call, right? Okay, they actually refunded me for this program. I got a double refund, and they still invited me anyway. So I thought, okay, well, I'll check it out. But say again, sorry. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. I think there's a lot of improvements that can be made, but yeah, don't let me interrupt you guys because it sounds like you went through the program, and I've been studying Tony for about 20 years, so I know his program quite well. But when he said an inner circle call, one of my complaints was that he makes it sound like it's a one-on-one, but it's like these big group meetings. And I said, well, I didn't pay for that, so they give me my money back. So yeah, I'll just listen.
I get to go? Um, okay. If I got the questions right, I kind of started answering them in the chat. So the first question is, how have I changed? The second question is, what's something I'm going to do to continue being this way? And then the third one is, what's a vacation or a party that I'm going to have to celebrate? Is that right? Oh, okay. I am someone who what? Oh. Oh, I thought when I heard your other answer there, Lena, I think it is. You talked about a vacation, so I don't know. Okay, so I'm somebody who did something that I never thought I could ever survive. I've gone on these hunger strikes for the past 2 years because I'm concerned about the direction the world is going, and Tony's been talking about that too, particularly AI. But I never thought I could survive 30 hunger strikes and a 65-day one that just happened here that ended on June 25th. I've been recovering in paradise for like a month, but I didn't die. And the only damage that I got was I can't feel this part of my hand. It's like numb, but nerve damage takes a long time to get through. But the reason why I'm doing the hunger strikes is because of costly signaling. It's a thing in sociology. So I feel like human beings are living like sloths. Like your body is designed to live, and the way our lifestyles are is like completely like it's no wonder we have cancer and obesity. We're designed to survive ice ages. It's incredible what your body can do if you test it. So I think if a challenge comes up, so I'm going on the hunger strike again in about a week, and I think that this time I'm going to do it in the hospital so that if there's any complications, it's just right there. And the third thing is, I am someone who wants to change the world as fast as possible before the AI singularity happens, which looks like it's starting right now. So that's me. Did I do good? Did I do the exercise right? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's called the wet hunger strike. A lot of I thought lots of people used to do this, but I guess not very many people have made it past 60 days on a pure water diet. A lot of people put in, sugar or salt at least into their water so that they can keep going. But I guess I'm one of the very few people in human history that survived 65 days with just plain filtered water. I read all these studies saying that people had made it to 94 days. So I was prepared to go to 94 days. And then at day 62, I started purging. And my so I got a lot of hair going on, as you can see. Um, I my stomach shut down, my intestines shut down, and so when that happens, your body just any water you drink just comes back out. So I was surprised. I'm like, what is happening? And it turns out that yeah, all these guys that made it to 94 days were probably taking salted water, and that keeps your organs going. So the human limit is somewhere around 70 days is like absolute death for anybody just taking water. So I got basically as close as you can get without dying, and I got recovered, and there's no brain damage, no nothing. So I feel very lucky and blessed, but I also feel like the message was sent to the audience I was trying to reach that we are in a crisis, and I'm willing to risk my life because if the experts are right, we are already in danger. Like the chances of us dying as a species, like our whole species, is something like 70 to 95%. And when I heard that, I thought, what? But it's real, and the public doesn't know. So I'm trying to make them aware so that we can use our voice to speak up and change the system. And I thought Tony Robbins would be a really receptive guy. But when he heard about my hunger strikes, apparently he knows about them. They didn't do anything. And they won't let me talk about them in public. I can talk in the small groups because it's my project, right? But in the public groups, they just block me. And I said, fine, if you're going to block me, just give me back my money. And they did. They didn't just give me back my money, they give me back the whole program, which after 30 days, which never happens. They said, Mark, it's been like 32 days. You've missed the deadline. I said, no, I didn't. And I had to fight for it. And eventually they were very, very honest. And they said, you're right, you did actually pay. And they said, here's your money back. So I was disappointed in that part, but they still invited me. And I think Tony's one of the one of the guys that can change the world, and he does have a pure heart. I think his staff are undertrained. So anyway, I really love that he's still going hard, and I hope my hunger strike can reach him and reach the right people, and that's why I do them. So I'm here. I'm still alive. Huh? I well, 5 minutes left. No, I've been an activist for 20 years, so I'm quite experienced, and my community is supporting me. So my sister's paying for this basement that I'm in because I made a compromise and gave up the upstairs to the renters, and no, I don't work. I just live off of these donations and trusting God and truth, and basically going day by day. And people are coming in and they're giving me like, here's $100 to go buy some vegan. I'm a vegan too, so vegan milk, or go buy some mung beans, or whatever I need to stay alive. And so it's just happening just in time, and so I get to stay in this bed. Like, I'm in a bed in my kitchen. I had to change my house, but like, my fridge is right there. So I don't have to walk far. You don't want to move on a 65-day hunger strike. That's the biggest killer. So I've structured my whole life around this, so my chances of survival are absolutely as high as they can get. And it worked. I survived the unsurvivable. And we'll see how the next one goes. But I'm hoping God and the truth will come again, because I don't get to fully recover. I'm supposed to eat for 3 whole months. But the crisis is going so fast that, just yesterday, you guys, if you don't know this, Sam Altman, the guy who owns one of the biggest AI companies, he just announced yesterday that he said he believes we're in the AI singularity, which is where it starts to get really crazy and really disruptive. So our chances of changing things go down dramatically from this point forward, like exponentially. So it's my hunger strikes are timed perfectly, and so we'll see what Destiny has in store. But thanks for your question, and I guess we only have a couple minutes left, so I don't want to dominate the whole thing, but thank you for asking your questions. I have people around the world that will do small ones, like, if you have kids or something, you have to go to work. But I have I have one guy that went 1 month without food and lost 40 minutes. Or not 40 minutes, he lost 40 pounds, which is incredible. And there's people that will do intermittent fasting, they'll skip breakfast in solidarity, and there's people that will do 3-day fasts. So it's what you can do. I can do 65 days because I structured my whole life, right? Like Tony's right, your habits define you. And so I built habits that made it possible. And I have a reputation where people are willing to support me and they believe me. When I say I'm going to go 65 days without food, they believe me. Whereas a lot of people kind of wimp out after about 3 days because it's hard after 3 days. But if you don't take care of your body and your mind, you can't go on hunger strikes. Your body won't let you. I had 2 women try and follow me, and women are at even more risk. So you have to be very careful if you're a woman. There's a whole different protocol for women. But they were eating coffee and carrots, and they got a headache so bad after a day and a half, one of them, that they literally couldn't function. I said, that's revealing a weakness in your plan. So yeah, I'm going with a few people, but I'm the only one going into the political legal route, where politicians have to listen to me or else I die and it looks bad. And I feel like if we had 1 million people doing this, you guys, it's not like a violent protest. If you're even able-bodied and you're doing a march on your politics, whatever, your prime minister's office, they can use the military to stop you. But if you're on a hunger strike, they can't do that. So if 1 million of us went on there, they have to listen because it's peaceful protest. That's my share. Thank you. If you look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution, you can see me streaming 24/7. So it's a public stream. And if you're really inspired, you guys can send me an email if you want. It's no pressure. But I'll be doing this for the next probably 2 months at least. And were you? Oh, if I could be doing my hunger strikes in Banff, I would be in Banff. I love Banff. You were visiting family? Oh, it, it's a great place to receive an award. I have to say. And and Canmore. Did he win his prize in hunger striking by any chance? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Does he want to sell a hunger strike? Well, tell him congrats. I mean, you picked a winner. And it was great to meet you guys. Well, that was not the best use of time, but I planted some seeds, I think. Another real guy here. Oh man, Derek, you are on the same wavelength. That is an amazing idea with the after the tours. Yeah, if you can set that up in a way that's good and appropriate and get people asking questions, you got my full support. If you want me to come, like you can give them our group contact or whatever. We can start a group, and if they ask questions, me or Sahan can try and answer them and try and build a movement that way. My hunger strike is going to start again on August 7th. I'm going to go to the hospital and I'm going to wait in the triage there for probably like 14 hours or something, and get them to do some blood tests to see how recovered I am. But I'll have my computers with me and I'll be able to send messages and my phone should be charged. But I love it. I'll help you in any way possible with the tour and the explanations, because we do have a strategy. It is called the flock strategy. We normally start off teaching the core to people, and the core has this saying to it where I think we sent it to you, didn't we? The core. Let me know if I did. Pretty sure I did. But we get people to memorize that because it says the whole vision right away, and it really helps educate people quickly because everything kind of connects to that. Otherwise, because it's a paradigm shift that we're changing, right? Everybody who's in the dead, fragmented paradigm is going to feel like they're completely ungrounded in a certain way, because even the pieces that they thought were stable were not really stable. So it's like a reorientation, and it's hard for people to do that. But if we make them feel safe, right, and safe to ask questions and all these great things, then it helps them learn it in a way that works for them. So we just make sure that everybody knows at least the core, because it provides a little bit of a scaffold. Otherwise, oh yeah, and by the way, we call it the flock strategy. And when one person gets on board, we ask them to bring on only 6 to 9 more people. We actually limit people, or we encourage them to be careful, because if the movement does grow globally, which yeah, I think it will, like with you here, it's definitely feeling right, then the energy is going to be so incredibly huge that it'll start to overwhelm people. So we say only get 6 to 9 people that you're responsible for to educate. Every time we do updates in God's government, we change a program or whatever, your flock leader, Like you will be a flock leader, I'm a flock leader. We're all leaders and we're all followers. We all follow, we lead. Everybody gets to play both roles. We learn together. And so you only have to make sure that your 6 people are taken care of and you know their concerns. And 6 people a month is not too bad. You know what I mean? Compared to like blasting social media and having 50 people. And it's not realistic. We're not going to use social media that way at all. It's a new kind of God's network, God's social network. And I'm super excited to take that direction. So if we get even 1 or 2 people from your tours to say, hey, I'm here, I can get my 6 people here. And all it takes is just 6. And eventually we have the whole world, right? Like we only need 264 million. That's global critical mass, which is 3% of the world's population. If we get that, we're golden, right? And I think the Security Council will start to listen. But in terms of the other side, going with the General Assembly, that's fine. If they even hear about it, just hearing the idea that people who are in tune with the truth and God and justice, they will resonate. The higher up they are, usually the more filtered they are with the United Nations. I find that the people at the top seem to be less nepotistic and less driven by external rewards and are more intrinsically rewarded by doing the hard work. They want to see, they drive the vision, like Antonio Guterres. He sounds like he's a genuine guy. I sense it. But the system is broken. He can't translate that vision as a leader into inertia fast enough. The bureaucracy of the system, I think, is even depressing him. I feel like he feels like he doesn't have the power. But with our help, he could. So get it going anyway. Like, there's got to be some kind of emergency clause or something, especially with the General Assembly. But maybe even the Security Council has an emergency clause where it's like somebody anywhere in the organization can go straight to the Security Council and say, this is a major global health threat. We need to talk about this now. And, you know, maybe that's the whole point. Maybe the whole thing, God's telling you to say, well, maybe the General Assembly is a secondary option we can try. But the real option is actually to go straight for the belly of the beast and go straight for the Security Council and propose it there. So maybe what we're supposed to do is look up, how do you propose something to the UN Security Council directly? And maybe your director, or you or me, or maybe your friend who's the UN Nairobi person, maybe they know somebody. And we don't have to, maybe they have a friend. Maybe we can go through the friendship network and not have to use the normal justification. I don't know what the rules are on that, if that's nepotism or creeping in. You're allowed to talk to your friends and communicate ideas. The United Nations can't stop you from having a personal life. And, you know, this is not a formal UN proposal yet. It's just an idea that we're pursuing as a public interest event. I think once it becomes a legal thing, like once somebody adopts it and pushes it, like then you have to take more maybe, strict approaches. But well, I don't see why you couldn't go for dinner with somebody and say, hey, we have this universal logic and this guy's going on hunger strikes, and, you know, do you know any way to get this to the Security Council? And they might say, yeah, actually, there's on page 97 of such and such document that no one ever looks at, there is a protocol where you can call an emergency meeting with the Security Council, but you have to get a sponsoring nation probably, or else everybody in the world would be proposing, because there's 730 million people hungry in the world. Our world, and we have 1 billion people who are obese. We are messed up, Derek. We're unbalanced as an organism. It's like we would be a cancerous organism right now, the human consciousness. So I think for them to filter that, they make you rely on nations, just like the International Court of Justice. You know, an ordinary citizen can't submit a claim to the ICJ. You have to get it only takes nations, national complaints. So we might have to get a sponsoring nation, but that, you know, maybe we can make Kenya, maybe we can make the Kenyan, you and Sahan can legally contact your permanent representative to the UN, and then maybe the Kenya will beat Canada. Let's do it all. Basically, I'm just saying we need to go Hail Mary, full blast, Eric, full tilt. Like, I'm going full tilt. I can't give anymore. I've sold everything. I sold everything I own, except for these laptops and my phones. I sold my car. I sold the place I was renting. I got out of the place I was renting. I sold like 30 grand in cryptocurrency. I have no savings. I sold everything. I have nothing left to give but my life. And now I'm risking my life. I'm about to go on the hunger strike in 8 days. We don't got a lot of time, man. But where there's a will, there's a miracle way. And if we stay in this spirit, and we stay honest with each other, and caring, and compassionate, and focused, and wise, we can make a miracle happen that other people think are impossible. So just keep pushing. I'm pushing as much as I can here, and so is Sahan and you, and I have a couple of other people helping to push too around the world. And I have a good feeling about this, Derek. I got a good feeling about you. Let's do it. Okay, so you got my green light on all that. Security Council, General Assembly, talking to your directors, friendships, the tour, and maybe some kind of WhatsApp group that starts from that. I'm here to help you, help us, help God, help save the world. Okay? Spirit comes through us, through our actions. We have to bear the fruit, and we can. If we believe we can, we believe in the truth, the way, and the life. We have the power to do miraculous things. So let's do it. Okay, let me know what you think next steps are. Peace. I'm sending this kid like big messages. I'm hungry. Okay, should we go with cereal, or should we go with a more, you know what? I feel like cereal now because my mung beans aren't ready, and the mung beans are sort of what gives the stew that lysine balance of all the noodles. I need tofu. I don't have any tofu. That's something I kind of regret like buying. What time is it? I think the government is changing their employment plans because there's this pay program thing that never used to exist, or not that I remember. Ah, there's no water. Okay, I'm behind in the eating, so we have rice. But rice. Yeah, actually, let's do the rice. That's actually a good idea. I have chili powder now. Okay, perfect. Okay, bathroom break. Okay. Issues. Meta sucks. This is all happening so fast, I'm realizing. Okay, we're gonna mix it in. With this stuff. Alright. And last but not least. Love it. Love it. Chili oil. Ooh. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa. That's tasty. Somehow I'm making like basically 4 ingredients look like hundreds of dishes, but it's really the same. It's the same basic ingredients, and I don't like mono diets. That's why I'm trying to rotate it around. But I have to say, you know, I'm doing okay. Uh, Considering I have nothing. with the love and support of those around me right now. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Yes. Oh, maybe I should put some cabbage in here. I didn't cook it though. Ah, we can have some cabbage after. Hmm. I did it. I did it. I'm listening to my intuition. And I'm gonna put cabbage in. Oh, there's something about the bread that actually is getting tastier as it sits out. All right. Sort of don't want to leave this in the plastic. There's a glass little jar that I can put this in. Hello. Hi there. No, actually, I think you got the wrong number. That's okay. Take care. Have a good day. I was trying to like mute the mic. I can't mute it fast enough because it's always on. Anyway. Wow, that's doing the trick. What's going on with my throat here? Come on. I'm clearing it constantly. It's kind of, not kind of, it is annoying me. Welcome to Earth and Life. Hmm. Ooh.
Whew. Oh boy. I feel like eating something, but what is it? I feel like I'm missing some omega-3s. He bought me. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh no. Really? I swear I had 3 jars. Hmm. Ugh. How can I lose 2 jars of omega-3s? What the heck? Hmm. Oh, jeez. I don't know. What? Oh well, maybe at the hospital they must have taken them. Or I left the bag behind.
Hmm. We'll have to figure that out in the next couple of days. I always load up on omega 3s right before Hungerstrike. Good thing I bought that extra omega 3. I would have been out way like a month ago. Uh,
Ooh, my head is aching.
Good.
I Okay, I can see what you're saying here. I can see what you're saying, and I'm glad and happy that you're taking it seriously. And I know that's what's happening. What you're saying is right. People think that I'm losing brand and personal credibility because they feel like I'm not taking their feedback. But the reality, Mike, is that I'm operating at a very high standard that most people can't even comprehend. That's not ego. That's just 75,000 hours of doing this. So when somebody presents a plan to me, like even you, right? You're one of the best people that can propose a realistic plan, but you're giving an iota of your actual talent, right? Like I don't know how much you're thinking about my hunger strikes compared to what you already have going on, right? Like what you have going on is already like overwhelming for 99% of humanity. I would basically say 100%. So your strategies are hitting on key points, but they're not developed. I'm not wiggling out of them. I'm just actually pointing out limits. And unless we go toe to toe and you know the full vision, I just don't trust the analysis is complete enough. So it's not that your direction is wrong. It's just that I know you're not flushing it out enough to see where the limits might be to create the real plan. And I don't doubt that we could create a real plan if we actually sat down and talked for more than a couple hours at a time. But these one-offs, it's too easy for me to see this could go wrong, this could go wrong, this could go wrong, this could go wrong. I need to see more reliability. And a lot of people think that they're making good points, but when I actually challenge them, they're the ones not really taking the feedback. It's a backwards Hegelian dynamic. It's this weird fabric of reality hypocrisy that happens to people when they don't understand the metaphysics. And so I can recognize that very easy now. I'm like, oh, we're in the dialectical stage. And so I just have to have patience while they project onto me the thing that they hate as they're becoming it. You know what I mean? It's weird. It's Buddha. It's like dualistic consciousness. And even Islam says stuff like that. So that's how I feel about it. And most people don't spend more than like 5-10 minutes. You know, if I'm lucky, I get an hour or a couple hours. This professional strategist came to challenge me yesterday, and right away, like he knew more than most people. Like I was talking about like high level management theory and the flow roles and flow state psychology and echelon, like the 5 echelons of competence and all these types of things. And this guy knew it. Like if you even know the concepts that I'm referencing, I even reference Thinking Fast and Slow, which is Daniel Kahneman's like seminal work that helped get him the Nobel Prize in economics, behavioral economics. Right? He knew these things, but most people don't. And so this guy had an actual chance at winning me over with his actual credentials and saying he actually knows what he's talking about. But the ideas that he suggested to me just didn't make logical. They weren't worked all the way through. Like I met this guy once, and we talked for probably 2 hours, and he got pretty far, but he knew he wasn't going to win the argument. So he tried to strong arm me. So I can go with world class, like people who do strategy for a living professionally, and they make like millions of dollars, and they can't bulldoze me because their logic and their reasoning isn't as thorough. Just because I'm not making millions of dollars doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm positioning myself in a way most people don't ever have the confidence to position themselves because they don't understand the fabric of reality enough to take that risk. And it is a risk. You have to do it. You have to trust. And I trust that I lived my life in such a way that I attracted the right people and the right circumstances at the right time. So that's the signals I'm sending to the universe. I'm saying I'm not going to go down the drain. I'm not going to let this happen to us. I'm going to be fighting to the bitter, bitter end. And when it takes off, it's going to take off fast because everything is just waiting there to be aligned. And that's the last step. And so that's how I feel about the feedback comment you're making. The branding is that actually other people are ruining their own brands, and soon they're seeing that in each other. And now they're just despairing and saying, oh, well, let's just give up then. Because they know that they don't have the answer, and neither does anybody else, except me, which they don't invest in at all. But to convince somebody who's been on a hunger strike for literally I haven't eaten in thousands of hours. Like these 65 days I didn't eat, my by itself was something like 1,600 hours of no food straight. 1,600 agonizing hours of no relief. I look at that and like, wow, I can't, like when I calculated the hours, I couldn't believe it. When you put it in days, it doesn't sound that impressive. It's like, oh, 65 days no food. Oh, when you put it into months, it clicks for people for some reason. It's like, oh, 2.5 months no food. It's like, whoa, wait a second. But when you put it into hours, it's like, oh my gosh, 1,600 hours of no food is a long time to go. And I'm not going to throw that out the window for somebody who throws a pithy comment on my Facebook, or somebody that gives me an hour-long interview like this professional strategist guy did. I need to see real, thorough thinking. And anybody that tries to dance with me in real time, like on the fly, and tries to make it up as they go, they get called out immediately. And to me, they're ruining their brand as somebody who thinks they know what they're talking about. But the reality is, I know that almost nobody knows what the metaphysics is. In fact, I know nobody knows what it is. So they're just digging themselves a hole and trying to manipulate me with insufficient knowledge. But somebody that takes it seriously, I'm waiting for that person. And I think it's starting to happen. Because, I don't think anybody thought I was going to go really 65 days. And when they saw that I actually went 65 days, it's real. It's real. And I don't think that people didn't think it was totally not real in the other hunger strikes. I just don't think it really registered fully. So for me, people are so lost, they don't even know how to recognize what good branding and bad branding is. I just got to take the heat of ignorance. That's it. No matter what you do, if you're going to be a leader at this level, you just got to take on the pain of the world and try and live through it. And that's what I'm doing. And that's the stage that it's at. So, but the next stage is the one where we have to make traction. And the universe, God, is giving that to me in these insights, and I just got to keep pursuing them. And one of those things is talking to you, believe it or not. It sounds weird, but it is. You're one of the feelings, like there's little signposts in my head, like little signposts of feeling, like intuitions. So I don't know exactly how it's going to unfold. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But all you have to do is maintain the energy and the direction, and that turns into wisdom. And I'm glad you guys left feeling okay. But the reality is you might feel okay with your guilt towards not helping in the fullest way possible, but you're still dying in the Megacrisis. And if you believe the Megacrisis is real and we're entering the singularity, then our lives are in imminent danger, and you and Daisy and me and all of us are actually about to die. Or worse, be tortured. And then we'll beg for, I don't even want to say it, but you shouldn't be leaving a birthday under these circumstances like that. But I do think it might feel good to say you tried. But I know you, Mike. I know that you can try a lot more. It's just that you're dealing with a lot already, so I'm not really putting pressure on you. I'm putting pressure on other people in a certain way, but I feel like you're, like if these horrible things didn't happen in the last couple of years to you particularly, and our species, but if it didn't, if your brother's situation didn't happen, your brother's horrendous, nonsensical, completely unjust and corrupt death, where would we be today? And in some ways I think it's teaching you a very deep lesson about compassion and forging even more strongly a hero within that can take almost anything. And I know you act cold in some ways, but I still feel like you're doing better than a lot of people. You're more awake, more alert, even more caring. Only somebody who truly cares about their brother and their family would ever go to the length you're going. So, yeah, I respect that. I'm not going to push you hard. I'm just happy you came. I wasn't sure who was going to come because it was so last minute. And here we are. So I want to say thank you for that. My ability to recognize and make decisions is not severely impaired. other people's decisions are severely impaired because they should have started acting on this years ago and asking the right questions. Nobody's actually asked me, what is universal logic really and how do you put it into an AI? Nobody's actually asked me to unfold the 4 layers. I've had people sort of go through the outline a little bit, but then they quickly get lost because they're not trained in metaphysics. And as soon as it gets into metaphysics, or even logic, just normal logic, people just fall apart. But that's the level you have to go to pull up a realistic world movement. You have to have the whole thing figured out. So I know that I'm not the one with bad decision. I'm challenging people beyond realms that they even know exist. So even you, right, with the metaphysics, I think the practical stuff, the pragmatic stuff, you're excellent. But when it comes to the spiritual, metaphysical, we haven't talked too much about that. And yeah, I know a lot of people felt insulted and hurt when they left the birthday.
In fact, one of these, this Stanford guy that wrote me a recommendation letter to be the executive director of the Parliament of World Religions. He actually wrote me a recommendation letter like a week before my birthday, and that's him knowing I'm saying the Messiah and all the hardcore stuff, and he risked his Stanford reputation as an engineer to write me a recommendation letter. Then, at my birthday, we got his climate healer, like all his people together, and they started doing blessings, but they weren't really following the instructions, like sort of like how you guys sort of did it half right, but you also misinterpreted it, and that misinterpretation is me and my marketing. I could have tried to do a little bit better. I was just really overwhelmed because my family showed up, and I didn't have time to educate the rest of the people who were volunteering with me. So that was one variable I underestimated, was I didn't think my parents were going to show up, and my family. I thought my sister would show up, and then I would have time to talk with all the people and keep things going. But my family pulled through, which is great. I know they're going to pull through eventually. I didn't think they were going to pull through that early because they're really digging their heels in. But that's what kind of threw me off that day. And a lot of people feel hurt because we were supposed to make announcements to say how to do the blessings properly and make some announcements online and a few things. But yeah, there was just so much energy. Like in some ways it was so successful that it made the real success masked. So the fake success masked the real potential that was present. And you know, it made me feel good that people showed up, but it doesn't save the child who's starving to death in Africa right now, or in Bangladesh, or the people who are experiencing economic slavery all over the world. It doesn't do anything for them. It's just a feel-good event for me and everybody at the meeting. Unless we continue to build, but it doesn't continue to build. It just means Mark's off the hunger strike and it's done. Then there's no urgency. It hurts them more internationally because now there's no urgency. There's nobody in the rich world actually risking their life at the timelines that are required, or with the timelines that are required. Like, we have no more time left, Mike. Like, this is a serious situation when Sam Altman is saying that we're in the singularity now. You know, like the disruptive part of it. So that's how I interpret that. And it does hurt in the beginning because it looks ungrateful. But at the same time, you got to make a real effort. Like, people have to understand what I'm really doing. And it's not as simple or superficial as it looks. I'm not just trying to get blessings to feel good about myself, or to feel love, or to overcompensate for a broken childhood or poverty. I've already healed those things. I'm doing this because this is a real idea with real value that can solve this collective problem we all have called the Megacrisis. And it's hard for me to do it, but I got to do it because our lives are literally counting on it. If I let anybody get away, it makes me into a laughingstock. It makes me into a joke. He's like, oh, just go to Mark's thing and just say some nice things to him and it's over. He'll get up his hunger strike. It just turns into a manipulation of me. It turns into a mockery of everything I've done, right? So as soon as you get that reputation, that's true brand destroying. That's true brand destroying. And I can't get rid of my integrity at that level. Or at any level, to be honest. But you get 3 noble lies in philosophy to save humanity. If it's life and death of like your species, you're allowed to do a noble lie, but only in those situations and only like 1, 2, or 3 times. I think it's 3 times. Anyway, it's a little bit of a history kind of lesson, but history insight. But I took that risk because it was the lesser of risks, right? Because now you know that you can't just come to an event and think you understand the level I'm working at. I'm trying to save your life in a realistic way, Mike. Like the thing I like about you is that, well, I like a lot of things about you, but the thing I really like about your nonprofit social justice side is that you're one of the few people that doesn't mince words. You call it as it is. If something is naive, you call it out in reality. You're saying, hey, we're in reality here. Things are a certain way. It's not pretty, but it's the way it is. And if we're going to change it, we have to deal with it as it actually is. And you take a little bit more of a controversial path than I do. I try to stick more towards very little subconscious programming, stuff like that. I don't like that neural nudging stuff. I want to make things conscious, but I also understand environmental changes. So I don't dismiss changing environments entirely, right? That's naive. But I think that rational and emotional need a little more emphasis, which I know you know that to a degree. So we're not that far off. But I know that if I didn't send a signal to the people who care about me at that party, that there's a specific way we have to do this to pull it off. And I checked it out with AI, and I did a bunch of planning, and it has to happen in a specific way. And that way, I don't think you fully understand, right? But I think you learned a little bit more at the birthday party. And it might have ruined your trust in me, or this conversation might restore it. But I didn't take the easy path. The peer pressure on me was so high at that birthday party. Like, there's people lined up that say thank you, and I'm like, whoa, wait a second, you didn't do the blessings quite right. You know? But some of them did it right. Some of them wrote on the notepad the right way to do it. So I know that people can understand it. Anyway, this is a 60-minute recording. I just wanted to do a very thorough job addressing you because you're hitting the nail on the head. It's like, this is about branding, this is about integrity, this is about what is the real plan here. Is it naive or is it real? And now that I've talked to a professional strategist, and my friend was there watching, him and his girlfriend were watching, my wealthy friends were watching on the call, and they saw us go back and forth, and they saw that he couldn't strong-arm me, and that I was being the more reasonable one in the end, in terms of giving reasons for our decisions. But in the end, he just did a power play. And I called it out, and I said, I don't play by power plays, because if you're doing a power play now out of ego and control and manipulation and cult dynamics, then when there's $1 billion deal on the line, or $100 billion, it's going to happen again. And I said, we can't have that. We have to have good, rational discourse, respect, and the people who have the skill to have meta discourse at that level need to be the ones running God's government and the true government, or else we're just going to get into power politics, which we already have with geopolitical war, basically World War III. And I saw that, and I said, we can't have that. We can't have that leading. You have to lead with actual wisdom. So I'm sorry, man. I'll apologize for making you feel hurt. That's not my intention. My intention is to get down to brass tacks and save our lives, man. So, and that's why I didn't push too hard on it, because you do have layered hardship. It's true. That's why I'm happy you just came. I was tempted to say, you know what, this counts as a blessing just for sure. I think I did actually count that as a blessing for coming. But that's the lower level blessings. There's different levels, and you work your way up, and it's kind of like a merit system, and it's pretty intense. But it's a simple process. It's just that the theory behind it is really quite thought out, even with AI looking it over. It designed this theory. It designed the process to go exponential. So, why don't you list out your criticisms? Why don't you just like put it in point form when you got time, and then I'll just go through them one by one. And yeah, don't bite your tongue. The truth is how we're gonna get through this, man. When we see who we really are, and we still choose to love each other anyway in the vow of unabandonment, and we return to the goodness in each other, even though our behaviors might not be great, that's the finite world. We have a finite side. There it is. We're going to make mistakes. But mistakes aren't failure. If we return to the good identity in each other, behavior can be separated from identity. Identity is pure. But we have to get down to how do we actualize that and externalize that as behavior. Okay. So yeah, let her rip. Let her rip, man. I got tough skin. It'll hurt a little bit. but it'll get down to the real conversation that we need to have. And yeah, you're right. I do need to have the capacity for the lawsuits, but incredibly, man, I learned a lot about the human body. We are slothful creatures. Like, our bodies are insanely powerful, man. Like, we are designed to live. Like, it's shocking. Like, I did not think I could survive. Well, I thought that I was gonna. I had mixed expectations because I read 2 studies, but one of the studies turns out that the prison inmates might have been getting salted water, and they lasted for like 94 days, or they were like really maybe overweight or something like that. But for somebody as thin as me, you know, the hunger strikes are almost as long as you can make them. And I was conscious, man. I was still planning. We had a big meeting of like 117 people right before I went to the hospital. And I was still talking. I felt like puking. It was hard on me. But like by 64 days with this other guy, Bobby Sands from Ireland, he was in a coma by day 64. And on day 65, I was hosting meetings still, rationally. So as long as you don't try and make me do something physical, I'm totally useless physically. I can't even walk. But the work that I do, the value that I give humanity is not physically doing things. The thing that I give humanity is pure wisdom in thought, social networks, and coordination in a governance model. And in that realm of my value, I was productive for all 65 days, right up until the last hour. My productivity dropped when I started puking because on day 62, I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting to puke. It took me by surprise. So, you know, that actually did slow me down because it hurt me badly. Puking, and then I have to rest. But for 62 days of that, I was really high functioning. Like, ketones make you even more clear, man. And they stay. At least for me, on a vegan diet, they stay. And I think that's because, the clarity stays because I think you don't have any inflammation in your body from the animal hormones and all the junk and all the, you know? Not that I'm eating anyway, but I don't have any of that in my body, and not as much as anybody else. Or whatever. Like, I just think that my body is built, like, strong now because I've been a vegan for, like, 12 years. So, yeah, I'm not that, like, if you watch my stream 24/7, you can watch what I'm doing all day. I'm working all day, even though I'm only moving my hands. That's all I need to do is type. But my hand has been hurting, so now that does limit me a little bit. But a lot of the coding and the typing has been done. And now we can use AI to type a lot of things or write a lot of things. So, yeah. So I don't think that's a very valid argument, but you're right. If it goes much longer than this, it will start impacting other things. But for now, there's a lot of runway. The hunger strikes don't limit me that way until the end. But the amount of good and the amount of attention they draw is worth it. It's definitely starting to work. It's moving a mountain, man. Like, what I'm moving is impossible to move with ordinary conversation virtually, unless you have credentials or you have money or beauty or all these other Pareto categories that are external power and not the internal power. Because people don't know how to recognize wisdom because they don't know how to measure it. And it's so intense of a standard because it's actually a simple standard, but because it's a paradigm shift, that's what makes it hard. Is the ego has to be willing to let go of everything to consider another worldview. That doesn't mean they have to accept the worldview, but they at least have to consider it and not truncate it or pigeonhole it. So, anyway, I hope this is a thorough explanation. And so far, I'm keeping up with the lawsuits because of AI. It's a totally inhuman amount of work. Like, AI mapped it out. There's 21 organizations that I'm supposed to message on just one complaint out of like the 7. So it's keeping me afloat, but I need a real legal team. Like, it's starting to get intense. I'm going to go to the hospital, and if the Attorney General tries to take me to court, I'll be like, I'm in hospital. I'm on a perpetual hunger strike. I might, like, recover. Mike? Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave this here because it's addressing your message, but I'm going to tell you the next level of the strategy, okay? And then you tell me if you think it's naive or not. And see if you can pick a hole in it. And then speak candidly. Don't let the full mic out. Let the beast out, right? I know you're successful because you have that wisdom in you, so don't be afraid. I've taken the vow of abandonment for you. Even if you say, hey, Mark, I think you're mentally disabled. I think you got autism. I think whatever. I'll be like, okay, well, let's talk about it. And I've done those tests, and I don't have those conditions. and I was under high observation with like senior medical psychiatrists, and after 8 weeks, like, you have nothing, like no disorders. So we can talk about how I made it through that gauntlet for 8 weeks, and then the criterion you're going to use is the same kind they use, but way more intensely, because they did not want to release me from that hospital because it puts them under risk and say, hey, this guy stopped eating for like 60 days, and now we're releasing him, and he's probably going to do it again, but you can't sue us because the guy's actually saying, So let me just tell you why the hunger strike is so important and how it solves the medical lawsuits while also changing the world, just quickly. Okay, I just left you a big long 25-minute recording. Just watch it when you want. You know what? Facebook is not a good place to make these recordings because it's hard to get back to where you were. But the plan is this. So I'm going to compromise with the family a little bit, and I'm going to go to the U of A hospital at the start of my hunger strike because my hand is numb and like I'm not fully recovered. I can feel that I'm not fully recovered. Like I'm not even, I'm not going to say, I'm just not feeling as good as I normally would because the hunger strike was so long, man. So I'm going to go there, and what this is going to unlock is something I haven't done yet. When I go there, they're either going to accept me into triage, like into emergency U of A hospital, and give me a bed, and then monitor me for my entire hunger strike as I descend, right, under my charter rights. Or they're going to say, nope, you're not in a total emergency. You could be in an emergency in the future, but you can't stay here. We're busy. We don't have the beds or whatever. And I'll say, oh, okay, well, I think that's they do something called a CTAS score to judge like who's most urgent in an emergency room. So they're probably going to say, yeah, you're a 4 CTAS. So you have like the 1, 2s, and 3s come before you. So they, oh, okay, well, whatever. In about probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'll probably be entering that mode of starvation, and you'll probably see it in my vitals. So I'm just going to go and have my hunger strike in the waiting room. And I'm just going to sit there waiting for my turn because I am in an emergency. If they did a concrete CTAS score, they would see it's an inevitability that I'm going to end up in an emergency. So that makes it an emergency now because it's an inevitability that it's going to happen. Or a virtual inevitability if my network doesn't step in. And so either way, whether they accept me or not, the hunger strike is going to start in that medical setting. And that's a totally different setting than me being at home. Because it forces them to have to monitor and consider me and not block my peaceful rights. The only thing they can try and do is take away my competency rights. But if I write a will saying to continue, then they have to keep me in that hospital bed until we meet the goals or I die. And then there might be a lot of questions. Because how does the guy get out of a psych, like one of the best psych wards in Alberta in 2021 without any disorders after they tried to pathologize me with 10 or 11 of them? That's not a normal thing. He said, Mark, you're not a normal case. You don't fit any of the sociological determinants of health. I said, I know. That's because I'm on a hunger strike to save the world for real. This is a real opportunity. This is like a Gandhi level, Martin Luther King level, Jesus Christ level initiative. You just have to listen. And when he listened, he came to the same conclusion. He said, Mark, what are you doing here? You could be running corporations. You could be making millions of dollars. What are you doing here? I said, running a corporation doesn't change the world. In fact, running one's going to play into the system to destroy us even faster. And he listened to me. And then he let me go. He did a devious thing at the end, though. He passed the book on to somebody else. But I'm fighting that. It's part of the medical case, right? And even he watered it down. He was searching for anything he could find. So this is why the hunger strikes are necessary, is because this legal protection and these weird contradictions in the system to push the conversation at all levels is impossible to do with other forms of protest or even normal dialoguing. Because we need to speed it up. And if you use any able-bodied form of protest, they can, even if you're not a threat in the moment and you say, oh, I'm not going to hurt, I'm just marching for peace or whatever, they don't believe you because you could just turn on an instant and then run and like break a window or something. If you are able-bodied in any way, they can make you out to be a threat, a violent threat, and crush you with military violence. It's particularly if you're challenging the state. But they can't do that with hunger strikes. And they definitely can't do that in hunger strikes that are being monitored by medical professionals who verify that I'm too physically incapacitated to actually move. But I can move my hands and my brain, and I can keep the peaceful revolution alive. In a medical setting where if we meet the goals, I'll recover just enough to say, hey, doctor, am I almost recovered enough to be released? And if they say, yeah, almost, I'll say, okay, I'm going back on the hunger strike. And then I got to stay in that bed because now I'm deteriorating again with the new goals. And then if we meet the new goals and I don't die, then I'll start eating the hospital food. And then I eat the hospital food for a week or whatever until my blood starts to get back to normal. And then I'll say, okay, well, I'm about to be released. Am I too healthy to be in an emergency? And like, yeah, you're almost out of emergency state. And I'm like, okay, back on the hunger strike. And then I'll just go back onto starvation until we meet the goals again. And like, I'll just seesaw back and forth like that. Because they legally have to keep you in emergency if you're in an emergency. And starvation is a bona fide emergency that you can still function through, unless I'm in a coma, which I hope not. And the thing, Mike, is if they keep pounding all these bags into me and they only let me recover my vitamins and stuff for like a week or even a couple of days, and they try to release me, and I go back on the hunger strike, that they're actually decreasing my chances of survival. So in an interesting contextual way, they can't just kick me out of the hospital. They actually have to think about what I'm thinking about. Not like advocate for the same cause as me and say, I support the Megacrisis, but they have to understand that my strategy for dealing with that is actually a legitimate one. And the state is in contradiction because it's not giving genuine health. Like, we're all dying in the inside world. Even the psychiatry is not healing the inside world. And it's going to point out that there's something fundamentally wrong about the medical system on a fundamental level, not on a band-aid reform level, on a fundamental restructuring. The whole darn thing needs to happen. And I'm actually pointing, as I'm going through their whole 21 organization complaint system, AI is able to do what I did in my first lawsuit. I spent 400 hours just mapping out the system, man. That's 400, like 15 hours per day, every day for a month, or maybe 2 months. Trying to just map the system out, never mind deal with all the messages and all the other things I had to deal with after, which was like another 1,000 hours or 2,000 hours. AI mapped out the system in like, I think it took it 45 minutes to write out everything. Cloud Fable, the most advanced model. So I can do what I did in the last hunger strike in a fraction of the time with more research. And I already know the process. So I'm pointing out the contradiction in the process itself. So what I told you was like the content of the movement is me hunger striking in the bed, seesawing, whatever. But now the process of filing the complaints to challenge the contradictions of the system is itself in contradiction. It is itself an abuse. The amount that they make you do as a patient is actually unreasonable. And an unreasonable process in court can be deemed illegal. Because that's how they judge. They use reason. They call it the standard of reason and the standard of discretion based on reason and not prejudice. The opposite of reason is prejudice. So there's a whole bunch of legal levers in here that a lot of people aren't appreciating because they don't understand the medical system and they definitely don't understand the legal system. And I do. And I understand the activist system and the social system and the marketing, because that's what we recognize sort of in each other is there's a certain way to do messaging. You might think that my messaging is naive, but when we get down to the real, when you be real honest with me and I can address those real honest complaints that you have, then I think we're going to get even deeper in our friendship and in our basically saving humanity, man. I think we're here to save humanity. That's it. And have a wicked story to tell as we're doing it. And healing the crap out of everything and having honor and respect heal the wounds that this toxic society has placed in us, or is trying to place in us. So that's what I'm going to be doing next week. And I'm actually out of food. Like, I'm going to be running out of food here quickly. And that's another concern about the recoveries. Normally I can afford, like, I don't have any tofu. Tofu is like it's like a super, I kind of save it for the end because it's harder to digest. I save it for the end because I really pack my system full of nutrients in the last couple of days. And then you have a really good window to survive. Because the first like 2 or 3 days, 4 days are just burning off this excess. And then your cells are like packed to the brim and then it starts eating away from those stores. So anyway, this is another 10 minutes of the strategy, but if you really think about that, it's a really interesting situation in medical ethics and human rights law and constitutional law. Like the highest forms of law in medicine and institutional structure in general are being tested. And I'm suing the Attorney General of Alberta, and I'm taking them to the Supreme Court. And I'm taking them to the United Nations. Like, you can't get any higher, man. Like, this is the highest you can get. And I'm doing the highest level of metaphysics on top of it with Hegel and all the whole holy books. So that's the study that I'm at. And I would love for you to join a conversation with me and this professional strategist. My friend is hiring him pro bono. For me, well, he's getting paid to do another job, but I guess I get, some help for pro bono as part of their deal. So why don't you come to that if you're interested? And I know you don't have a lot of time. I'm not going to say you have to, but it could be interesting because the guy's smart, and maybe you want to hire him. He's looking for clients, obviously, but he could probably, I trust the guy already because of what he said. He's definitely not a low-level guy. And if you need to turn around your company or kick people's butts, like kick people into shape, this is your guy. He's got red energy, but he's got a really nice loving side. You can tell that he's a loving person, but if you need to get stuff done, he actually gets done. And he takes pride in that. And as I'm thinking about it right now, I'm like, wow, maybe the real thing here is I'm supposed to connect you to this guy. This guy's not a Brian Rose, not an investor guy. He comes into your company and he follows your command and he does all the dirty work for you. You tell him what you want. He makes a strategy. You talk about the strategy. If you agree on the strategy, then he goes and does it. He doesn't just give you the strategy and make you do it. He actually goes and does it, which is really kind of rare, I think. But you might be all set up, man. I'm just saying that's something I never thought about as a potential benefit. But I think just coming for the conversation and seeing that I'm not disrespecting, I'm not burning my brand. I'm working at a level that's hard to understand. And I think that you would understand it, but you're dealing with a whole heck of a lot, right? Like inhuman amounts. Look at this, another 11-minute recording. Let me stop here. I just want to map out, if I go to the emergency ward on August 7th and start the hunger strike there at the beginning, and then sit in the waiting room, it might cause a bunch of legal contradictions that have never been experienced before. I don't think anybody's hunger striked in the middle of an emergency ward with a realistic strategy to change the world and is competent and can do a lot of work while he's in the ward. And has like 7 lawsuits against that hospital and against the whole medical system at a time when AI makes it legal, like possible to have like 100 lawyers in your back pocket for $300 a month. Like this is unheard of. That's why it has a real chance. But we got to get acting soon. Okay, I'll stop it there. I hope you get a chance to listen to these, and hopefully they're not boring or too selfish or, pedantic. But I'm taking your critiques seriously, and that's why I'm sort of passing the plan by you. Is I think there's something miraculous here. Like, even as I'm going along for the ride too, like it's just clicking in my head. Like, oh wow, if I go there, and I do that, and I do this, and I do that, I'm like, that's legal, and it's ethical, and it actually solves the root problem. And I just gotta stay pure of heart, and it seems to be working itself out in a way. Even though it's hard and it's scary, it's not sitting still, man. I haven't stagnated like 90% of the other organizations that I was trying to work with before. They don't know what to do. But I do. Okay, let me have it. Full on critique, your real thoughts, man, no holding back. I'm taking the valve on abandonments. Is it a dumb strategy to you? Is it a good strategy? Is it something you've never thought of? Are you surprised? Are you not surprised? Does it seem typical? Whatever it is, hit me. Okay, man. Stay blessed. Say hi to Daisy. I'm glad she came too. I think you're so lucky, man. You're lucky. She's a real support to you. She's really there for you. That's what I'm sensing. Even though she has needs too, she's a giver, it feels like. And anyway, tell her thank you for coming. Even though she might have felt offended, tell her I apologize. Pass the apology on to her. I did not mean to make you feel that way. It just feels like we're in a double bind. It just feels like there's like no win ever. We just gotta love and get through and keep working. Because the only thing that's ever changed the world is a small group of people that just kept working. Okay. And I know you do. Keep working. Stay blessed. Peace, peace. All right. I am hungry again. And I'm trying to send out this email. I have a little bit of rice, but I think I'm gonna make stew with the rice. Some noodles. The legumes won't be ready. What could I do? I'm running low on water. I can feel the dehydration.
People can see my drinking habits.
I feel like I should clear this off and put my laptop up there because it's
Starting to become a bit of an issue. Oh, come on. I'm just far enough away that it disconnects my headphones. Come on. Okay. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Ah! People are leaving me long messages now. Even at twice the speed, it's still taking time, but it's good. I leave long ones too. Yeah, I'm glad I sent that to you too. That singularity announcement is really terrifying. It's really, really bad, and we're not prepared for it, Joel. It is really extreme. Uh, the singularity was supposed to somewhat be an inkling by 2029, and then by 2034 was supposed to turn into something disruptive like it's about to turn into now. So we're something like 8 years ahead of schedule, or something like somewhere between 4 to 8 years ahead of schedule, which is massive. That's why I ended up changing my plans. I thought we originally had something like 6 years. But I love how you say you're changing as you go, you're adapting as you go, because things are shifting unbelievably, like day to day almost, week to week. Uh, yeah, but there's a lot of potential for change here. And a lot of your updates were heartening because you're the same old Joel I remember. A little bit less religious, but you're still agnostic, right? You didn't give it up entirely. You didn't do the full swing to atheism entirely, at least not for the last 14 years. Marriage, yeah, I kind of remember you guys didn't want to have kids. I remember that. But Brianna left in 2020. I thought it was sooner for some reason. I don't remember why, but you're doing the whole double partner thing. Interesting. You know what's interesting about this too is that because you don't have kids, you can actually take on more risk. Because a lot of people at our age don't want to take on risk to change the world because they're afraid for their kids, not even themselves anymore. And I knew that I know that happens. That's why I've delayed having kids. I want to have kids. I want them. I just not a fool. I'm not going to bring them into a world where we don't even know if we're going to live. Like that's how extreme it is. Is when we release these AIs into the wild, they are not following our rules. They are not following the ethical programming we put into them. All this kind of stuff is not happening. So they're releasing it anyway, and they're pumping it full of power and making it go exponential anyway. Because we're in World War III. We're in almost like a perfect storm. It's not good. Well, I haven't used that word in a long time. Perfect storm. That's interesting. I don't know why I didn't think up that term before. I've been explaining this for like 4 years, and that's the first time I've kind of explained it as a perfect storm. But yeah, I usually explain it as dialectics. I don't know what you think of the whole Marxism thing, communism, and we haven't had an ideological discussion, but here's basically the long and the short of it is if we really are entering the singularity now, it's going to become incredibly disruptive in a way that I think you'll appreciate more than other people because you still value government. A lot of people don't. They're a bit naive and they don't understand that one of the greatest developments of humanity was governance on reason. Otherwise, it's like the jungle and oppressive tyranny from monarchs who impose their personal proclivities on the public when they're actually supposed to be the universal. And I feel like you hold those values still. But a lot of people just want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And what we need now is a global government. Local governments aren't enough, right? Transnationals are just dodging us and manipulating everybody through these loopholes. We need a global government, not just the United Nations, but a real power that can put laws in place to regulate the mess we're in, to stop the exploitation. And a lot of the stuff that you said about the global wealth concentration can only be stopped realistically in one way. It's not by appealing to like feel good things, because a lot of people are numb. A lot of people are making money in a way that's causing huge amounts of cognitive dissonance, and they don't know how to get out of it because they know if they don't do it, they're going to be the one trampled. And I think that you're in that boat, right? It's like we should be setting up for retirement right now and getting, our working age is starting to taper. We got 30s and 40s, and then 50s, you're starting to coast on things, right? But they're saying we shouldn't plan to retire because we're not going to make it. One is either AI is going to destroy us here in the next few months to next few years, or it'll be so utopic in some kind of crazy paradise way that we're not going to need to retire. Our whole lives will be retirement, But right now the data is showing that we are in the worst. We're not in the worst case scenario, but we are almost in the worst case. We are in the deep end, and we are leaning towards the worst case. That's not good, Joel. And we're not talking small percentages of bad things happening to our entire species. We're not. When I say we have a 70% to maybe 90% chance of this thing harming, enslaving, or destroying all of humanity, that's like 70 to 95%. That's what the lab results are showing us. And they don't even, the lower results, like the ones where they're saying, oh, there's only a 30% and a 16% chance, which is still astronomically huge and terrifying that our entire species can end with a 16.5% chance. That's 16 times higher than criminal negligence. If you sell a hot dog in a supermarket that could cause like cancer 2% of the time. Not good. Very not good odds. So what do we do about this? Well, I think we have to do something on the governance side. And maybe that's why I'm talking to you. You're one of the people that responded. I sent out a message to a few people, and you were one of the people I decided to scout out, actually, because I thought of some of the stuff that you did in the past. And you have the right feel. I don't. There's something about it. Even with your discontentment with the NDP, I'm in Rachel Notley's riding right now, and she retired. Now Naheed Nenshi is in power here, and he's probably going to run for mayor and probably going to run for premier, actually. Yeah, I think he's going to run for premier, probably. I don't know. But they are not responding to me in the right way. It's like typical politics. They're turning into the thing they don't like. And we don't need just a content change in policy. We need a form change in how governance itself is structured. So that you get one person with one opinion, one person with different. You don't just have a normal discussion where power politics wins. There's a new criterion based on wisdom. Right now, our politics is decided on contingencies, caprice, power politics, and privilege most of the time. And anybody that comes in with a little glimmer of what I call the universal, they get crushed, or they're put in prisoner's dilemmas or whatever. What if this system actually supported people like that? Not just on issues and topics, but on meeting a meritocracy of wisdom. This doesn't mean a philosopher king thing. It means we have a populace that knows that there's a new criterion to measure somebody by. And sometimes just knowledge alone, particularly if it leads to helping the poor, because a lot of the people are poor in the country, like 10% are the wealthy. The rest are just poor or middle class, which is turning into slavery. So here's my proposition, I guess, is I like that you want to be community driven, because I think it's going to take some of that. But I also like that you're thinking of getting into like federal politics with Avi Lewis. And I remember Avi, he's the son of oh wow, can't remember his name. Oh, Avi Lewis is the son of, oh my gosh, the wordsmith. It's been forever since I thought of this guy. Wow. I think he was the UN rapporteur. Naheed Nenshi, his assistant just replied to me. I called his office because I'm going to be talking to him about some lawsuits in the healthcare industry to make healthcare stay public in Canada, or at least in Alberta. So, there it is, Stephen Lewis. Perfect. He's dead now, I think. I love that guy. Yeah, he died at 88. Oh. He was in one of my initial inspirations. What? Naomi Klein is his wife? Oh my gosh, that's a powerhouse right there. How did I not know that? I think I did know that. Anyway, I agree with you. But we need to change the form of politics as well. So the proposition is: do you want to start a political party? And I know the statistics. I know the unlikeliness. I know. But we have to try something that can turn into a vehicle for somebody like Avi Lewis, or people who have wisdom can get into, that don't have the stigmas of any of the other parties. It's a totally new thing. And if we explain it the right way, it can catch on, because it's going to be doing what all the other parties want, but in the right way, so that we can transition from this toxic society to this other miraculous one in a very short period of time, because we're changing the way that discourse happens. And by speeding up learning and looking at prejudices and stuff like that, I think that's the bottleneck. And AI can make it faster if we do it right. So it's easy to kind of start one. right? It's like, oh, you have to raise 250 votes or something for 250 pledges, and you got to raise a certain amount of money. I think I can't remember. It's like it's high. It's like high for the average person, but it's low for somebody who's well connected, right? And is serious and has credibility. And you're one of those people, and you still care about politics even after all these years, when a lot of people are just jaded and give up. But it's good to see that you're a little bit jaded, but not totally giving up, and your opinions are very rational. Look, I'm making a recording past 10 minutes, so I don't know what's going on with your app, but I am allowed to make 10-minute. I need to be a bit quicker. But I hear you saying that you're not fully understanding of how I do my things, right? And we seem to be different, but I don't think we're that different. And I found a way to articulate what I was trying to explain back in the older days of building STUSJ and the coalitions and all of that. That really was an early prototype for the global government that needs to be started. And here's where the real sauce works in our current Megacrisis situation. The real problem is fragmented consciousness. And Marx was kind of talking a little bit about this, false consciousness and turning to the opposite of what you think you are. All that stuff is just dialectics. But not in the old-fashioned sense. There's a way that it can be modernized to show that 5 forms of consciousness are the political consciousness on the planet right now. It always is. There's 5 types. That's it. And it might seem like, well, no, there's an infinite type. There's combinations. We make meaning. But those 5 types can make a kind of infinite meaning within themselves. But there's a progression of consciousness that kind of moves through them. And the higher up you are in the consciousness, the more universal you are, meaning that you go back and you solve the contradictions with the others. So you don't negate them. It's not an elitist thing. It's like a circle. The people who are stuck in their zones are the linear ones that want to fight with everybody. Like the scientists want to fight with the artists. But the person who is in universal consciousness has wisdom to bridge all those contradictions, to show that people are sort of harmonies of each other if they have truth, but they have limits too. So those limits, if you're inside of them, makes the concept beautiful and wise. If they're outside of the limits and trying to be something more than they are, then they become ugly. So I'm trying to start a global governance party, well, a global government worldwide, like the United Nations. And we have an actual contact at the United Nations who's trying to work with us and follow the laws, but also try and get the proposal by directors and stuff like that. The Security Council. And it's a pretty cool story if you're interested, but basically we have to rebuild the United Nations except as a government, and uniting militaries and de-escalating wars with universal diplomacy that solves these contradictions in society. And at first it looks too theory driven. It's like, oh, all this contradiction, where does it happen? How does a t-shirt contradict with this refrigerator? Or it doesn't seem like everything is a contradiction, but there's a certain way to look at it. And if you look at it this right way, it actually is all contradictions. And roughly 650 base ones that Hegel mapped out that got Marx excited. But Marx distorted it. He didn't actually understand the immanent order. So we're not necessarily starting up communism, but we're starting up capitalism, socialism, communism, and anarchism all in the right logic. They all are actually happening, but they're only happening to their limit. So when capitalism first starts up, it's actually a good thing because it gets people productive and organized. But once it reaches its power, like once it really starts to become exploitive and people can't fight it, then it starts to reduce innovation paradoxically, because people start doing patent troll firms and they start to sit on the patents and make other people take the risk, and you get all this distortion where socialism comes in and balances it and says, look, you can't exploit the workers anymore. You can keep the means of production, but you can't exploit the workers anymore. And that has an imbalance of itself, which Ronald Reagan exploited, in his elections to say, oh, we can't be competitive internationally. He was kind of right. But then they threw the baby out with the bathwater and went to global capitalism, and now here we are experiencing the limit of that. And it's causing AI to be launched in an unwise way. So what we need to do is limit global capitalism, but not get rid of it. But we limit it with global socialism, but we don't stay in global socialism. We just put the structures in place to give workers rights, which is your union work. But I think we need to start our own union. And it's the union of all employees. You know what I mean? It's like this massive global union of anybody who works in anything. something like that. And then we go to all these particular unions to get their advice on how to do it because they're closest to the ground. We implement a reporting system that makes sure that in the global apparatus, there's no loss of local fecundity, right? We actually get real details on the ground that work for those situations. And then we take global socialism and we bring it into global communism, but in an anarchist mode, which sounds paradoxical. But the means of production are owned by everybody, but that's inwardly. Outwardly, there's still differences in productivity, but CRISPR is going to change those, so we have to have a weird changing system. But basically, communism was never supposed to be abstract communism that got rid of capitalism or socialism. It was both of those. It was the mediation of those two in balance with their limit. But in an anarchist mode, meaning that it protects the universal, particular, and individual. So it's not a flattening like what kind of happened in the USSR. Marx was actually a little bit more Hegelian this way, but he said, you actually have a wealth of needs. We still consume a lot as if it was capitalism, but it's in balance with the environment and with our internal needs. We don't sacrifice people, and we don't sacrifice the environment for it, because we're heading towards like the 8th planetary boundary we're about to cross. And Joel, I think the pipelines we need to focus on that, but society will collapse if we try and stop that. I don't think we need to grow it, but the real change we need to make to buy us room is we need everybody to go vegan, because new research is showing, from a guy named Silas Rao, the Stanford engineer, showing that if we go like vegan, the amount that cattle and animal agriculture is destroying forests and destroying topsoil wasn't initially in the calculations. But when you bring them into the calculations, it's crazy. The amount of carbon stored in the topsoil is huge, and we're losing that topsoil. So we went from 14% of climate heating coming from transportation and animal agriculture to now being, his research is showing something like 60 to 87%. And like, that can't be right. That's more than fossil fuels, or as much as fossil fuels. And I looked into it, and it actually is legitimate. So one of the best things we can do is just stop supporting any kind of animal agriculture, including dairy or milk. I don't know if you're a vegan, but we need to do that. But the problem, though, is how do you get the markets, how do you get people to want to do that? That's a human behavioral change. And this is where those 5 levels of consciousness come in again in the political party, internationally, but also in each nation. Each nation has to have its own version of this. And basically, you have to fashion the message in 5 different forms of symbolism. The first one is art. So when you said you still want to do the music, I'm like, awesome. Can you make an anthem for the global government, but also for the Canadian political party, and make it meaningful? And then the second level of consciousness is religion. And 85% of humanity is here, so that's why we have to do something religious. But you can believe in God and the truth, not in the superstitious form that you describe religion and Jesus Christ in. So Hegel was really against superstition because it was against reason. But there is God's reason. So the French Revolution separated church and state, and that was a good thing. Hegel loved that, and I love that too, because it upgraded the form of politics. It wasn't just a content upgrade, like a new form of, it wasn't just somebody else's God. It was the way we did politics itself was different. It was based on reason, not just tradition or faith, which turns into superstition in politics. And then you get a bunch of oppression. Instead, we have to use a universal logic to preserve the reason. The reason is the good thing of the French Revolution. But the bad thing was we threw the baby out with the bathwater and got rid of God entirely, and the logic of God, which is like a objectivity. So science is really standing in for God right now, but it's fragmented, which is why we're releasing these really terrible, powerful AIs and stuff that can kill us very soon, because they're based on this abstract reasoning. So there's a concrete form of reason that proves science is objective, but simultaneously proves God exists. It's actually the same thing from 2 different forms of those consciousnesses. One is religious, and the other one is science. Those are 2 of these meta modes of consciousness that I was telling you about, or I'm telling you about. There's art, religion, and then the 3rd one's philosophy, and then the 4th one is science, and the 5th one is universal logic, or genuine wisdom. And genuine wisdom integrates all those other four that try and get rid of each other. It actually makes them make sense with each other. Where art's limit is where religion picks up. Where religion's limit is where philosophy picks up. Where philosophy's limit is where science picks up. And where science's limit is where universal logic picks up and circles us back down to art. And it actually allows us to do wise art. It refines the art. It doesn't say it's a lesser mode. You can't get rid of any of them. When you have a new idea, it goes through art consciousness, then it goes through religious, and then it goes through philosophical, and then scientific, and then it's wisdom. So any new idea we ever get goes through a version of that. And it doesn't have to declare itself as a religion. It could be an addition to another system, whatever. But the way we process those things happens in that order. We just have to know the limits. Like when it's out of the religious consciousness, it goes into the philosophical, and it doesn't like project superstition because it's holding on to dogma, right? So that's the wise way we're going to have to interface with the religion. Otherwise, you can't start a political party internationally or even locally. You'll never win, ever. And that's the wise way of doing it scientifically, where we can get scientists to love God, the true God, but also getting the religious to love reason and science. So that contradiction is really what's preventing anybody from starting a political party that can have a real chance at doing something new. And that's why we have to start a whole new political party, because no other party will ever let us start from scratch like this and do it right, locally or globally. So if you're doing art, you're doing something religious in terms of community building, and you want to do something nationally and maybe even internationally, then this is the sort of plan that integrates all of them so that they all work together as one community, or but in religious speak would be spirit. But the whole linchpin is really getting the populace to know what universal logic is, so that we can hire politicians or elect politicians based on standards of wisdom, and knowing the distinction between power politics and wisdom politics. And that distinction is now clear if you're curious. But it'll also help resolve the mafia politics of the labor side of things, because the International Labor Organization is not doing its job properly either. We need to fix trade laws worldwide, and you can only do that with an international body, right? God's government or the wise governments. You can give it a different name for each of those modes of consciousness. The artists are going to call it the government of the maestro, or the art governments, or the government of beauty government, whatever. The religious are going to call it God's government. The philosophers are going to call it the wise government. Scientists are going to call it the rational government, and those who have universal logic will call it the spirited government. So, if you're interested in this, that's why I think my intuition keeps saying that you're the guy that can get it done properly, and maybe Abby Lewis is supposed to run the national version. It's no matter what we do, it's a long shot. But to be honest, as AI starts to enter the singularity, the real risk is something called reality collapse. And maybe I'll leave the message here because it's 23 minutes. But there's something called reality collapse. A loss of reality in psychology is called psychosis. When you lose track of reality and track of time, you start doing irrational things because you don't know what reality is anymore. What are the real laws? What are the good laws? What are the bad laws? What are the superstitious laws? What are the crazy, what is the hallucinations? All that. But there's another form of reality collapse that is being tossed around the AI community. And it's the reality collapse that's caused by governance collapsing. That if an AI can deep fake identity verification and can hack all of the digital portals and databases of the government, because it now knows 10,000 hacks, with 6,600 of them being serious, that they can take over your entire device. It's only a matter of time before our governments don't know who's who. They don't know what's a fake AI. There's people falling for AI scams with the government already, and they're becoming more and more sophisticated. They're getting hard to track. And this isn't even what the real AIs are. Claude Mythos is the most powerful AI, and they haven't even released it to the public because they said it's too dangerous. It'll make people into like super scammers, into super hackers, and they just won't release them to the public. So all the destabilization that you're seeing already with the jobs being displaced, and that's going to make the union initiative very interesting, by the way. The people who are being displaced by their jobs and have nowhere to go, we're going to try and bring them into this super union worldwide. And then try and get a UBI going worldwide. So that's basically the real concern is once governments collapse, that's the real reality collapse because the governments can't tell who's really you, who's real, who's the AI, who's the scammer, and it's intensifying. They're finding more and more bugs and more scams are happening all the time. So we have a ticker on this, and public health care is being disrupted because there's so many people with mental health issues now. And my friend who's a psychiatrist or a therapist just told me he has so many clients and so many people he's got to sort them. And then he has AI bots that like does therapy with the rest through AI. And that's a sign that both forms of reality collapse are starting. That there is a trend showing that psychosis is increasing. And there is definitely concern across all governments that they are starting to realize that people can't verify properly online anymore. We don't even know what videos are real. Like even political campaigns with deepfakes, it's hard to track what is actually real. They all look real, and they're only going to get the deepfakes are only going to get better because they can't slow down the AI development because of World War III in China and the United States, Palestine and Israel, and Ukraine and Russia. Never mind the 61 other wars that are brewing as well. So we need to de-escalate those with a real government and a real universal diplomacy that solves contradictions. Marx was right about that part, but he got it from Hegel, and Hegel was the real master. And Marx even said that in Das Kapital, right in the introduction. So we need to go back to this Hegel guy, learn this universal logic, which I now have, and we know how to teach it in a simple pedagogy, which I think you'd be probably pretty good at finding the right people to teach it. You probably know a lot of teachers from teacher unions, but I think you're more of a mastermind in generic community building to start the movement, but also just building the right governmental structure that makes elections fair, that makes this criterion of wisdom proper, and then putting the network together that has pure hearts and minds that are uncorruptible. So there you go. What do you think? 27 minutes. I don't know if you're going to listen to the whole thing, but if you make it to the end, if it's intriguing, we have a software program that actually has the potential to channel a huge amount of voting. Like it's like a voting system, and does it properly. It does the measuring. It does a lot of the stuff for us. There's like 250 features that it has to basically do that we simplify down to a very super simple system, a simple system, and then like an advanced system for our users, depending on where they are. We meet people where they are. Right? If you don't have a high IQ or you're disabled or whatever, like the government cares for you. So, what do you think? And I can show you the software if you're interested, but if it's already too out there, then when the singularity gets so extreme that we can't avoid it, then you can come back and hopefully I'm still alive on the hunger strike. And by the way, to create a global movement worldwide as a revolution, right? We want to have a peaceful revolution because the more violence will cause more destabilization. If we do hunger strikes like Gandhi, then we actually get a healthcare benefit because the obesity crisis will reduce, healthcare costs will reduce, and it'll improve senior health as well. So most of like half of like medical costs are seniors. So we bring them into the blue zones where they live to 100 healthily, and you don't have a whole bunch of health issues like diabetes and a whole bunch of heart problems and a bunch of problems caused by junk food. Then we can actually save probably billions of dollars in healthcare just in Canada. Never mind the world. And then we reduce the other part of the junk food from animal hormones because everybody's going vegan, so you can keep the weight off. Then we have a really great model for purifying people's impulsivity and getting into a deeper consideration and outside of their bubbles and that partisan politics and into real considerate empathic politics. And then I think we have a new form of life. So what do you think? I made it under half an hour. If it's an inspirational vision for you and you can see the pieces clicking and the role that would inspire you that you would play, my intuition says that you'd probably be great at this and probably not just be good at it, but probably have fun and like make it good and enjoyable while we're experiencing the worst existential crisis humanity's ever faced. I'm calling it the Megacrisis. But okay, let me know if this is a good use of 29 minutes. And of course, you probably have a lot of questions if you are interested. But yeah, all feedback is welcome, whether you're interested or not. And I'll take whatever you give me and run with it and try and pull this off. Okay, peace out, my friend. Okay, that is done.
I'm doing too much networking right now, and I need to keep on the. I was supposed to write that email. It's already 3:23. Holy. Write the email, get the code going, and eat. I'm hungry. Something feels off. I think it's the rice. I don't think that's normal rice. I think there's something wrong. Because the only thing I really changed in my diet was the lack of mung beans and the rice. Big clump in my head. Like it's pretty extreme. Like it keeps getting pulled up. It's like pulling it into that's not. Yeah. I think the only way to get at it is to shampoo, which I now have, luckily. Somebody gave me shampoo for my birthday. I don't like the feeling of it. Oh. The poverty trap. Okay. I have a few more messages. All right. There it is. Man. Okay, that's it. I was just gonna. I was gonna wait to try and eat something, but this is taking way too long. All right. Okay. Right. 1 a make a document.
Come on. Got it. Oh. 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 What the heck is going on? Ah! Why won't it do this for me? That is really kind of annoying. It won't let me select the addresses in this bar, which is extremely frustrating. Oh my gosh! Oh man! Oh my gosh, this is really painful. Uh, let's try and do this. Oh, Yeah, right. Um,
Okay, that's gonna marinate there for a bit. Oh. Hmm. I can really taste the bay leaf and the anistar in there. It's surprising. Hmm. Oh. I had mung beans, this would be perfect, but it's too much starch. See, as delicious as this looks, that's an unbalanced meal. That's not a healthy meal. If you just eat this, you won't survive. Well, you might survive for quite a while. I don't know how much the cabbage and the olive has for alternative proteins or the other side of the amino acid chain. But as delicious as that looks, it has herbs de Provolone to it, and it's kind of like a more diverse form of oregano in a certain way. That might be a diss to the French, but it's not. It's a really delicious mix. But the noodles and the orange there, which is the sweet potato, and that's about it. That's all there is for protein, really. The cabbage and the onions and the cucumber don't add very much. They add some phytonutrients, I think, but they don't add much protein to balance the meal. Mung beans, on the other hand, when they are sprouted, uh, provide an amazing amount of, maybe not so much protein. They do provide some good protein, um, but they provide actually, it is pretty good. Actually, I do usually use them for protein, but it's the, let me see here actually. And yeah, the mung beans actually don't give a lot of protein, but wow, okay. Hmm. Hmm. What? Looking up some information about how to keep my nutrition high.
Welcome to day 433 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike to save your life. I'm recovering from a 65-day hunger strike. Because my intuition said that no one was going to listen to the crisis we face unless I took